Hey folks, this is Tony Akins with RailCore Labs. I have in front of me and over kind of out of the camera view all of the parts for what we're calling the RailCore Mini, which is exactly what it sounds like, a RailCore that shrunk in the wash. It's a scaled down RailCore 2, very similar design, but some key differences to help with size reduction. This has been designed primarily by Steve White, who is the other half of RailCore Labs. And so I am building one for the first time. Steve's had his up and running for, I don't know, a good 6-8 months now. And so this is the first time I'm personally interacting with the RailCore Mini at all. My real day job is kept me very busy. So I'm just gonna jump in and start building. Sorry, hopefully the camera angle's good. Give me some feedback. Ask questions because I'm just gonna kind of sit here and fumble through it. I really have no idea what I'm doing with this build. I have the Fusion model. I have the parts that Steve sent me. My statement to him, I'm gonna start here by the wonderful experience of let's peel off all this this beautiful backing. So hopefully you guys can hear me. I see 4 people watching. Okay, cool. Hey, Steve. Yeah, so this is my first time using my new headset with YouTube live stream, so I just want to make sure you guys could hear me. Looks like I got a pretty good scratch in my my bottom panel here. It's all right. It will be on the bottom of the printer. So this design is not fully finalized. It's not documented at all. I'm the one that writes the documentation. So yeah, I'll have to document it after the build. What I'll probably do is I'm just going to kind of wing it. And this design is opened by more than one team member. Yeah, that's awesome. Fusion is frustrating lately. When I launched Fusion today, even though I'm not signed in with that same account on my other PC, it I have my original account signed in. I was actually exporting models, and when I signed in on this one, it said it's locking my other PC and putting it in offline mode, and so my export failed again, which is awesome. So yeah, they're frustrating me lately, especially since this account is a paid account and that account's a free account. All right, I got my bottom panel cleared off. Let's see, I'm gonna need steppers are closer to the back. Do I put the steppers on up front or do I do that later? Let's see. I've done very little prep for this. So he says, Steve is telling me first the frame, then the bottom panel. So I've got a pretty good learning curve here as I jump into this. But it's not too far off of a standard RailCore. So I'm going to need some 10mm bolts. I got plenty of 10mm bolts. I got some 3mm washers, and I got 3-4 bags of 3mm nuts. So that's pretty good Hint that I'll need those. Steve says spacers, so that would be these. And I'll need some corner cubes. We used our corner cubes again. I gotta find my bag of corner cubes. I saw them just a bit ago. Where did I see those? Right here. I got some nice black corner cubes. To put the build volume in scale, just to set the stage here on what I'm building, give you some idea of what this is going to look like. So my current, whoops, I'm just knocking stuff over here in the background. Turns out when I take the heavy thing out of the box, the front of the box becomes the heavy part, and it all tips. Okay, so here's the bed for the Mini. So there's that nice shiny aluminum Mike 6 bed. Mandala Roseworks made these things. Made most of the parts for the Mini. He and Steve have worked together on it. That's the bed for it. What can I use for scale? I don't have a banana handy for scale. I think I have. Looking around here, see what I have to use for scale. There's a RailCore 250 bed. If I can get the cable free, there we go. So this is a RailCore 250 ZL bed, and this is a RailCore Mini bed. So you can see it's quite a bit smaller there. Hey, Keegan. There's quite a few of you here hanging out, so that's good. So we'll see how this goes. Like I said at the beginning, I've not done a lot of prep for this. My real job, I've been putting in between 50 and I hit some 80-hour weeks recently. But I am now the one holding up the RailCore Mini from going public, and I don't want to be that person, so I'm going to start building. And as soon as I put the teaser picture out there, of course, someone said live stream. So sorry about the cough. So here I am. Oh no, Steve, I gotta tap these. What a nightmare. I should not have live streamed until I tapped all of these extrusions. That's no fun. Man. Well, I guess people are going to hang out while I tap some extrusions. Maybe I should cancel this stream and start later. It's up to you guys. We can chat while I tap extrusions for 20, 30 minutes here, or I can restart the stream after that's done. You guys debate on that while I look for a tap even. I have no idea where my tap is. That is a total bummer. So we're spoiled by the kits now for the bigger printers. They come pre-tapped, and the last couple I've built have been out of those kits. And I forgot I need to tap things. Here's my thing of taps. Of course, my good one isn't in there. No signs of that. So what do you all think? Do you want to hang out and just chat while I tap some extrusions, or should I restart the stream once things are... See me in 30. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I can't even find my good tap. This is going to be terrible. There's not even a 3mm tap in here. Well, if I can't find my taps, we're going to be done anyway. This is pretty classic for me right here. There's my my good tap holder, which means my taps should be in that drawer, hopefully. This is kind of my catch-all drawer, my chronometer, and it's where all my Hotend collection lives. You guys don't even want to see that. Holy cow, I have a lot of Hotend parts. I blame Steve for that. Okay, I blame myself for that. PT100s, some laser goggles, bit of everything in here. Everything but a tap. Okay, I blame Steve for that then. He says he doesn't mind. I don't even care which tap I find. I just need a 3mm tap and I'll be ready to go. Sorry, this is kind of a disaster. Well, while I do this, ask some questions. Do you have anybody have RailCore questions, RailCore mini questions, comments, concerns? Whoops, knocking the camera over. It's a real professional operation. Move my rolling cart out of the way so I can actually look for this this tap. High quality streams right here, guys. You don't find this anywhere. Yeah, this was pretty spur of the moment. I should have noticed those weren't tapped or thought about it. And I definitely would have done that before starting a live stream. Hey, there's my gauge I've been looking for. Dial indicator. There's my 7mm wrench I've been looking for. Needed that on my Jeep last week. No tap in this drawer. This is problematic. Well, this may be a sign that I'm going to have to cancel this. Let me see if I can check a couple more places here real quick. Some extra 3mm hardware. Yeah, I think this is what I get for not planning things out ahead of time. I apologize. I don't understand why my my tap and die bin has no taps. No 3mm taps anyway. I have 3 of them. Well, I understand why. It's because I don't put things away like I should. Hey, Ben. So this is kind of a disaster of a live stream at the moment because I forgot I needed to tap the extrusions and I cannot find a tap. So even if I do, hey, there's a tap. So I found a tap. It's even my good one. Not my best one, but a good one. So I have a 3mm tap. I'll tap these, but it's going to be a little slow. A little annoying. I highly recommend Tap Magic cutting fluid. If I could endorse one thing for making tapping easier, that would be it. If I could wish for one thing when it comes to taps, it would be that people make their tap handles so that 3mm taps actually lock into the tap handle properly. Yeah, that iFixit kit, man. If you have a 3D printer and you don't have an iFixit kit, you're missing out. Absolute must-have. Something like that. Talking about this kit here, go buy one. Okay, tool changer updates. Yeah, while we wait, let's talk tool changer. So, right behind me, that direction over there, I have a box of all of the parts for the implementing the tool changer on a RailCore. I think it's semi-private public knowledge at this point, so I'm going to say it. We're working with Joshua from the Jubilee project. He's awesome. And we're also working with E3D and Philistruder on that. Getting parts from Philistruder for the Jubilee. Joshua's doing some custom design for us. A guy named Eric Moyer is helping. Nate Walk is helping. And that group that I just listed, we are the beta implementers or alpha implementers of tool changers on RailCores. Steve, of course, is participating. We have a design. It's working. I need to build mine. Eric Moyer and Josh are ahead of me, Joshua. So that is still in progress. This is the first weekend I've really had free enough to sit and build a printer in a while, and I've chosen to do the Mini, which I know a lot of people are waiting on the tool changer, but a lot of people are wanting the Mini too. So I started with the Mini. Tool changer is next. So as soon as my real job calms down enough I can get to it, I will work on the tool changer. So somewhat of an update. Price wise, tool changing is not cheap. We're using the E3D parts. We're using Jubilee parts. The rest of it's printed parts, maybe some aluminum bits. Of course, the aluminum bits will scale over time. Seems to be the trend for the RailCore. People like their shiny. So we'll keep that going. Yes, everything RailCore. We are big fans of the Duet. We'll stick with Duet. That's not to say that you have to go that route, but that's the route we're going. Everything on the RailCore, use what you want. If Clipper supports tool changing, use Clipper. I don't know. I've never looked at Clipper for tool changing, but maybe it does. Yeah, really doesn't matter what you use to us, but that's the design we'll do. The tool changer for the RailCore is, I've said this before, it's going to be released not as a not as complete as what E3D did with their tool changer. It's going to be an add-on to a RailCore. I don't think it's going to be quite as well integrated to the RailCore from a design perspective, just because we didn't design with the tool changer in mind. But the idea is you can take your existing RailCore and make it tool change if you want to. Or you can buy a RailCore and build just for that. But it's always going to be kind of an afterthought. Yeah, the tool changer was announced at MRF when I showed up the year Joel interviewed me. Actually, was it that year? I think it was the following year. I think we were out for a full year before the tool changer was announced at MRF. So, yeah, we had our design finished and done and implemented before the tool changer existed. And in fact, Sanjay told me when they were designing the tool changer that they looked at a lot of what we did for ideas. So. So Ben, on that point, for your X rails, do you have Masumi or do you have LDO linear rails? Okay, well, it would be more of an issue with Masumi, but I would try it with LDO. Philostruder now has a 3mm lock washer. Buy a set of those and add them to your X rails. I would add them to all your rails. There's no harm in it. They help build more pressure between the bolt and the X rail and keep it from sliding around so much. I only have them on one of mine so far, but I have noticed that things stay together better. So I'll be adding them to the rest of mine, and I'll be actually putting them on the Mini as I build it too. Because why not? So, and you don't have to take things too far apart. You just pop one bolt out at a time, add a washer, pop the bolt back in. Man, having to tap these extrusions again, good times. I've built 3 RailCore 250s and rebuilt one more than once, so I've tapped a lot of extrusions now. Actually, come to think of it, even the 300 I built, it had some customness to it. I think I've tapped almost every extrusion I've installed. Holy cow. What's wrong with me? Would have been worth it to buy a tapping arm at this point. Jeez. Okay, honest opinion. Should I consider using a drill for this? I don't want to break my tap off. I've never broken a tap. I do have a drill. That was my thought. I mean, I have the Tap Magic stuff. I'm through 3 of these now, but I got a long way to go. There's a lot of these. Okay, I'll keep going. Through 3. How bad can it be? Someone joked this morning on Discord that I should be drinking beer already. They weren't kidding if I'm tapping. 2 extrusions don't get tapped. Well, that's good news. Best news I've had today. Hey, Glenn. Thanks for joining. If you're driving, keep your eyes on the road. I don't know what StreamYard is, and yeah, I have no idea how to do. I'm not the most up on the YouTube stuff, which is sad. I'm in IT, but here we are. This one doesn't want to start. There we go. So if you're ever tapping extrusions by hand, like a sucker, like I am, tap magic and use a lot of it on each one, and it goes pretty butter smooth. That's my advice. And get a big heavy tap handle. The little tap handles suck. The big ones are better. I do still wish that the tap actually locked into the tap handle though. I've not tried WD-40 with aluminum, but I believe you that it works. I set 2 aside so that I remember not to tap those. So I got 4 done, and I've got 10 to go. Ouch. Why did I count? Yeah, that makes sense, Steve, on which ones are untapped. The bill of materials on this is pretty close to lockdown. We have a couple of unknowns that as I build mine, will finalize those decisions. That's part of my build process, is to give feedback on if there's improvements to be made in the BOM or design in general, although I don't anticipate many. I might disagree with some of Steve's choices. You never know. Then once that's done, we'll publish the bill of materials and the model and everything open just like before. As far as sourcing and parts availability, Wade at Mandala Roseworks, if you know him from the RailCore project, he is ready to go. I expect other vendors to jump at the opportunity. We have one component that is still in beta. It's what I was waiting on in order to really get my build started. I literally just got it 2 days ago. Posted a teaser pic on Twitter. So that component is probably the biggest delay, and that is the duet controller we're going to use. So once that's released, I would expect some form of kit availability to happen. No word yet on who will supply those, but there's interest. But it'll be released all open source, so you can source your own stuff, build your own, just like the other RailCore. All the side panels and aluminum parts and everything on this one will be open. I don't think any of it's closed, right, Steve? All of the aluminum parts on this one are completely open. In other words, Wade doesn't own the rights to any of this, right? Hope not. Yeah, and there are, I should note, I'm using aluminum parts because Wade was nice enough to send me aluminum parts for this first build. There are plastic components for all of them. And as Steve just pointed out, the milled ones are pretty much just milled right off of the files from the plastic. So, and I have right here a nice package of printed parts. Were those all printed off the Mini? I think they were. Not sure. May have printed them off of the 300 just to save time. So yeah, Steve's been printing off the Mini for quite a while now. I don't know, since pretty much the beginning of this year, I guess. If you all remember when Louise Driggers, Luby 3D, released her Dragon chess models, Steve was printing those on the Mini at that time, so I know it was printing then. COVID did a number on our schedule. Hey, the print finished. I don't know if that was loud in the background. I didn't ask, but I had a print going on one of my 250s that just wrapped up. So halfway through the tapping here. Yeah, the original plan was to launch the Mini at Murph. You can see how that worked out. Once Murph got canceled, we got sidetracked on a number of things, printing PPE. I printed 500-ish parts for face shields and over 4,000 of the ear savers. So that occupied a good bit of printing time, and then the real job slowed me down a good bit too. It'd be nice if I could do 3D printing full time, but it just doesn't quite pay the bills right now. So. Steve, that right there is why I do the documentation. Just kidding. I do the documentation because you don't want to do the documentation. So my prints today, in case you guys are curious, I'm printing these little stands here. Can't see that at all. They're for the board game Gloomhaven. Here are some of the prints that just finished. Figure I'll show those. Those are what was running. So yeah, that's kind of how the first RailCore for me went. It was look at the fusion model and count the number of bolts, and then you told me the bolt lengths and kind of guess at the order. Those were good days, and that's what I'm going to do with this one. Should be a lot of fun once I'm done tapping all these things. This is like the old school RailCore videos, build guides before the kits were including the pre-tapped extrusions. Hey, I just got my RailCore. I'm all excited to build it. Oh no. That bound up. Come on. There we go. I should have thought of this when I unwrapped all the extrusions this morning. Hey, wait a second. Those aren't tapped. Yeah, I can print a panel do case. That's fine. I actually got 2 of those here already that I need to print. So maybe I'll like that case better and use that for all of them. Bender doesn't even have a panel due, and the other 2, I'm not real happy with the location of it. It's okay. Kind of gets in the way now and then. I want to build an angled case that kind of sits in the bottom part of the front opening with an umbilical on it so it can be moved. Sounds kind of like what you just described. Might be what I've been looking for. 5 to go, guys. Sorry about the delay. So one of the things I'm looking forward to working with on the Mini is the Hotend I got. It's a V6, so nothing new there. But Phillustrator put together a V6 Ultimate Edition. I don't know if you guys saw this, but I'll give you some eye candy here. Put this in the field of view. So that's the Hotend I'll be using for it. I like my V6s, and that is a great deal financially, and I don't know if I've ever actually used all of the premium parts in one V6 before, so that'll be cool. So it has all the titanium heat brake, the copper block, the nozzle X, and the heatsink is cool, dark black, matches the fan. Yeah, I'm looking forward to printing with that. Now, Steve, I should know this, but you went Bowden on your Mini, correct? No. Okay. For some reason, I was thinking you did. We talked about it at one point, but I guess you decided not to. I guess there's not really a point. You're not moving that far. There's some mass. But with the shorter belts, I really think the belt stretch is going to be less, which I think contributes pretty heavily to the acceleration effects of mass. Yeah, I have some thoughts about how to stop the printer from bouncing around, mostly involving a lot of heavy weight in the bottom. Move that back out of the way. So one thought I had was a way to put a steel plate underneath it and just clip the feet to it so that the whole thing kind of attaches to a solid steel plate, like 1/4 inch solid steel. That would stop it from moving. Then you can just unclip it and move it if you need to. I was thinking like locking pins from the side, like cotter pin type thing. So Ben, I really think I'll show you real quick. My thought is if you took a, sorry to move the camera without warning, if you took a panel do and you mount it at an angle so it hangs right off of this front 1/4 inch, so it just slots down but sits at like a 45-degree angle right there. That would be a very convenient way to mount a panel do on a RailCore. Sorry for the shaky cam. And yes, that was me knocking extrusion on the floor, so I have to fetch that. It sounds like that might be what Steve has on his Mini. As far as the tool changer, Mosquito versus E3D's new small competitor versus the Dragon or V6 Samara. Well, part of the joy of the tool changer is you can use one of each. So use what suits your particular need the best. There's certainly a place for something like a volcano on a tool changer. I have some doubts that the RailCore's Y rail will support the assemble without significant modification. I'm not sure if you guys have seen that, but that's definitely one of the coolest things I've seen in quite a while is the milling end for the E3D tool changer. Makes me really need to get my tool changer going so I can play with it. So that would take up a spot if it can be done on a RailCore. Certainly worth one of the four. I would put a volcano on, or a Mosquito Magnum, or something that can push a lot of filament in a hurry. If you're thinking, oh, I'm going to put four of the same thing on and print multiple colors, get a palette. Don't do a tool changer. Get a palette. If you're going to print multiple materials, if you're going to do big nozzle, small nozzle, things like that, that's when you want a tool changer. If you're printing one material in multiple colors, get a palette. Save yourself a lot of money. Save yourself a lot of headache and time. I've said it on multiple streams before. We have some learning to do around exactly how well tool changing is going to work on a RailCore, but it's Core XY and it will work. It'll pick up and drop off tools and it'll print. We have to deal with the Y rail and maybe reinforce it, but I've done that. That's easy to do. The difference between an E3D and a RailCore is going to come down to, one, theirs was designed for it, ours wasn't. So it's going to be much more plug and play on theirs. Even once we get our in quotes here, kit available for tool changing, the component kit to add it to a RailCore. It's just always going to be more straightforward on the E3D because the whole printer is built around the concept, not adapting the concept to a RailCore. The thing I will say though is just by its very nature, the RailCore is made to be customizable. And so I do envision, if you want to do more customization of your printer than just adding tool changing to it, it's easier to do on a RailCore. Or at least I find it easier to do because bolting things to 1515 is easy. Drilling a hole through the HDPE, who cares? We have vendors that will custom build aluminum panels with tapped holes wherever you want them. We thrive on customizability. That's what we designed for. That's what I wanted in a printer when I went to Steve and said, hey, I want to build a printer. That was reason number one, is I wanted to be able to modify it easily. And I looked at other printer designs at the time and didn't see one that existed that was as easy to modify as I wanted. So when Steve and I were building, that was like goal number one, was make the easiest mod printer we could. It has some drawbacks in the design. It's not built for assembly, as Tim from Philostruder likes to remind us. That's why I'm sitting here tapping all of these extrusions. They're certainly easier to assemble designs, but to this day, I've not seen any printer you can modify so easily as a RailCore. So I have my Palette 2S Pro sitting on the shelf just out of the screen view. That's what this filament you see in the background is feeding into. So far, I like it. Haven't gotten to use it as much as I'd hoped. That printer was my workhorse for the PPE prints. That is absolutely true. RailCores are never identical. I have 3 and they're all wildly different. And none of mine are kits, none of them match a kit. I have half of a 4th one built. It is even further away from a kit. And now I'm building a mini. So yeah, no two alike, which is fun. That's part of the joy of, so RailCore Labs is just Steve and myself. We partner up with a lot of people. We partner up with 713 Maker, Mandala Roseworks, Project Red, Printed Solid, Philostruder. We work with LDO and Duet and E3D a lot. But it's, when it comes down to it, it's just the 2 of us. And we can keep a very small company mindset because we're not even really a, we are a company. We are an LLC, but at the end of the day, it's an open source design where we build the printer we want. And if other people want to build it, we publish the design. And all of those people we partner with just help facilitate that open source mentality. And so we can really embrace the build it however you want, where I think that's a difficult thing to do for the bigger printer companies. For Prusa, for support, he can't exactly embrace yes, mod the heck out of my printer with third-party parts and I'll help you out. That's too much of a support overhead for him. But we use a community-based support and we keep a open source mentality to everything we do, and we encourage people to customize. Comes at a cost. Some people get in over their heads or have problems we have trouble figuring out. But overall, I think it's been a very fun and successful model for us. One more extrusion to go. Got aluminum flakes all over the place. I'll have aluminum splinters for sure after this. Always fun. The real downside of this year is my real job just got so busy because I have some pretty cool, I have a list of test parts queued up that some of them are really exciting. Always trying to push the limits and improve. I remember that discussion about a short RailCore. I forget who wanted that. Thought for sure I was going to break that tap on the next to the last one of these. last tap. Yeah, it's pretty funny. So many people want the ZLT for the height, and honestly, most of the stuff I print is pretty short. If I'm printing something tall, it's just because it's a model to kind of demo, something to take to Murph or whatever and show print quality for the most part. All right, all my extrusions are tapped. I can actually start now. Yay. Get these out of the way. Made a mess already. Slide this stuff out of the way. Okay, so I have a corner cube. What length bolt did you use to hold the corner cubes on, Steve? Just like an 8 or a 6? And did you send those? Oh, that's probably what these are. And 3x6. Oh, yeah, I was just asking what size bolt you used, but I'm pretty sure it was these little M3x6s you sent. It's too small. Oh. Well, you sent me a whole box of like 100 M3x6. I can't imagine those are used for much else, and I don't need a whole lot for these, so I'm going with that. All right, there we go. I put a corner cube on. I've officially started my mini. The first thing you'll note, cap head screws. Using cap head screws on everything for the mini, so that's a nice change. I think some people will enjoy. And now for these spacers that Steve was talking about. So I'm going to try and show this. It's going to be very difficult to show. I'll use one of the longer ones. So this is the spacer. It's a little printed plastic part from Wade, or not printed, laser cut plastic part. Snap the little end piece off there. So the two ends are kind of indented. And what it is in these extrusions. So this is my bottom extrusion. Panel will go on the outside, so facing down. For one of the bigger holes facing down, one facing out, just like the regular RailCore. I'm going to slide in this little first spacer. So that just fits in the 15-15 extrusion, I'm told. Steve, did you have a lot of trouble fitting those in your extrusion? That's a pretty tight fit. It made it. So I put that in there, and then I take a M3 nut. Yeah, they fit. It's just it's interesting to fit. So there's the first spacer you can see in the bottom, and then you drop a M3 nut down in after it. It fits right against that spacer, and then you slide the longer one in after it. I'll use a Allen, and then follow it with a M3. And you just do that for each of the sides that a panel attaches to, just like on the original one with sliding your hex head bolts in, but instead you're putting in an M3 nut and just sliding one of the spacers down. So now I have two of them in there. Hopefully you guys can see that. And since these are laser cut, some of them have the little diamond shaped bits stuck to the end of them. I'm just breaking those off and then sliding it down the extrusion. Last one. And Steve, I assume they're all the same length, I hope. Good, because I didn't pay attention to which ones I was putting in. Seems like just the end ones are a little tougher to fit in, and that's probably intentional so they don't slide out easily. So you can see I have one assembled side. Now I'm going to flip that, so that's, let's see, so that would be my bottom edge facing down against the panel. So I'm going to, rotate that. So from here, here's the bottom of the panel. I'll fill that. Just push that through with my hex driver. So what this means, and anybody that's built a RailCore before should be probably rejoicing over this thought, is you don't have to put a bolt in and try and line your panel up to that bolt. I'm noticing some thickness difference in material on some of these. I'm having trouble sliding some of them in. But these are the first ones, so it's early to judge anything off of that. And then Steve, am I going to need anything? So this is one of my bottom extrusions. Doesn't matter which one. But am I going to need any hardware in the other two slots? I assume so. Okay, just slide 5-6 nuts in each channel. Just gonna dump those out so that I'm not digging for them constantly. Okay, I'm thinking of this one as my left side, so I'll put, and that's in both the top and inside channel. I have so many of these that I'll just drop in extras. Okay, so there's 8 in the top channel. Since he said it needs that many, I'm going to drop in 2 extras. I'll drop in 4 on the inside channel because you never know where you're going to mount something on a RailCore. I've literally mounted something on every face of every extrusion on my original RailCore by now. So. Okay, I got one done. So there's the bottom side facing has some spacers and nuts in it. The outside channel has some spacers and nuts in it. This has 10 M3 nuts, and the inside last has 4 M3 nuts. That's how I did that one. And now I'm going to bolt the rear to it. And don't think this is a final build guide for the Mini. Don't treat it like that. If you're watching this to build your Mini from, because you've bought a Mini kit and this is sometime in the future, probably go read the documentation. Don't follow this as a build guide because I'm learning as I go. Okay, so there's my my rear extrusion. Do the same thing. Yeah, I think we're going to have to chat with Wade about the size of these little spacers because they don't, some of them are much thicker than others. Something. And I'm just really bad at fitting these spacers in here. Try with some needle nose. And this time, since it's clear, this is the bottom and this is the outside, I'm dropping in both at the same time to make this go a little quicker. So I'll do 2 spacers, 1 in each channel. Yeah, some of them fit in much easier than others. Could be a difference in the extrusion as well. On the Mini, all of the extrusions are the same length, so the build should be a little more consistent that way. Can't even fit that one in. Hopefully Wade sent me spares. If not, I'll just have to hit some of these with sandpaper or something and come down to size. Yeah, so the Mini really started out as Steve just wanted a smaller printer, and I don't know if you've seen any of the prints he's gotten off of it, but he's getting some pretty spectacular prints off of it. And maybe the shorter belts are an advantage or something. Not sure, but oops, almost forgot to do my inside channel. So you said on these, the just put 4 or so in, and they're optional, Steve, top and inside. But yeah, Steve's been getting some pretty phenomenal prints off of his Mini, and other people were interested in one. So we're making it a real thing. Cool. Makes sense. Okay, there's 4 front and back, or not front back, inside channel and top channel. That's doing a lot. Yeah, when Steve first started on the Mini, I mean, Core XY, even though you shrink the frame components are pretty minor cost component. So I didn't think the Mini would draw a lot of interest, but it definitely has. People want the small printers. And I've just let Steve run with this project while I worked on others and the real job, and here we are. I'm actually really excited to be building it. I'm looking forward to seeing how it does for me. Can't fit that one in. I have no idea if Wade sent me exactly enough of these spacers or if he sent me spares. Hopefully there are spares. So yeah, it's been kind of funny. The mini parts have been accumulating here at my house for a couple months now. Steve's been sending me a little bit at a time, and now I have everything. So here we are. I refused to build it until all the parts were here. So yeah, this part definitely isn't quicker than just dropping a bunch of bolts in, but it should pay off in a big time savings when I go to bolt the panels on. Oops. So I noticed one of my spacers, I did not clear the little diamond-shaped cutoff out of it. To see if I can pull that out without. There we go. Thought for a second my spacers were different lengths or something. Okay. So I need to drop 10 bolts in this side. Yeah, that'll be a nice advantage. People like to pull things apart and swap things around. It makes it easier to work on, I'm sure. You can just pop a panel off, pop it back on. So I see some more people have joined. I'm building the RailCore Mini. It's what, you and Wade have one, Steve, so this will be the third. Is that right? And the goal of my build is to help finalize it and do design review, give feedback to Steve, and then yeah, we'll publish an open source bill of materials for it, and possibly there will be some kits. I shouldn't even say possibly. I'm sure there will be kits. There's some interest from a few folks in them. Okay, so there's that. Now I'm going to have to be careful because when I put this one on, I can't put the corner cube on yet, and parts could slide out from the ones that I've done so far. So that'll be interesting. So if it feels like my build's going slow, it's because there's literally no documentation at this point. I'm the one that will write that, so I'm learning as I go. Steve's here to give feedback for as long as he can stick around, and I don't know. I just thought it'd be good for people to see the build and ask questions and hang out, and we'll see how long I stay streaming on this. Not sure about a RailCore XL. And we have some ideas that we think may play into a future RailCore 3. But there is nothing in the immediate cards. Don't expect a RailCore 3, to drop this year. Let's say that. I don't know anything about a big RailCore 3. There may be some RailCore 2 kind of revisions for tool changer friendliness, but we don't have any plans for like something bigger than the 300 by 300 build area, for example. The tool changer, talked about it earlier. I have all the parts here. We're collaborating with Joshua from Jubilee, and working with E3D and their parts. I have all the parts here from Joshua, and Eric Moyer is working with him. He milled some pretty cool stuff for it. I don't even know what just happened. Oh, I see. Yeah, so I have all the parts here to build my tool changer. I've just had very limited time this year. And I need to get the Mini built and give Steve some feedback, get the Mini going, and then tool changers next on the list. So the holdup is primarily on me. We have a pretty good beta alpha group going, doing design and feedback. Yeah, no problem, Donis. Yeah, there are no plans for a RailCore bigger than 300 by 300 and XY. Oops. Slid 2 in on that one. I've discussed the concept of it from what we see as problems around the bigger build volumes, and maybe you're remembering that, but it's not a challenge that Steve and I, either one, feel inclined to tackle. I think it can be solved. Just not something we are personally interested in solving. And one of these spacers completely jammed in here. Need Wade on here so I can give him that feedback. Some of these are not fitting well. Yeah, when you scale up, the bed starts sagging. You got to reinforce the bed. You got to reinforce the rails more. The more you reinforce the rails, the more mass you're moving. You got to scale up belts. You got to reinforce everything to use 9mm belts. Then they require higher tension. It's just a one problem, one solution leads to another problem type deal. Now, if I was building a big Core XY, I think the box design of a RailCore is a great foundational place to build from. But the kinematics, the XYZ motion stages, I don't think are, I know are not well thought out towards that. So you could certainly start with the RailCore box as a base. I still believe you can't do better from a design perspective as far as integrating the side panels in as a structural element. Put this corner cube on and forgot to drop any nuts into that side. So I'm doing just match the other side, 4 on the inside channel. And I did 4 in the top channel, so this is the front or rear. Now I'll put that corner cube back on. My bottom 4 extrusions are done. I'm definitely not the, I should be building this where you all can see it, I guess. That would be helpful. A little hard to do with sliding things down into a channel. So there's my bottom panel ready to go. Did you go ahead and bolt it onto the bottom panel itself before you you did the verticals, or did you just leave it as a frame for now? Yeah, that makes sense. It'll make it easier to put the bolts in anyway. See if I can use this. It might be a little easier to use than the round head hex driver. Yeah, that'll do better. Should I pull the camera back so you guys can actually see what I'm doing? Might help. Try that. I'm gonna pull the camera up here. Let's try that angle. Is that better? Not quite as close up, but you can see what's going on. Got a little inception thing going with the live stream up on the screen in the background. Sorry, I do not have a great space for live streaming here. My home printer room is fairly cramped for space these days. It's about 2 RailCores worth of space, and I've got 3 and a tool changer, and now a mini and half of a 4th RailCore in it. So it's a little crowded. Move that out of the way so I don't scratch it all up doing this on it. Yeah, it's pretty cramped space. But I'm pretty lucky. My wife did let me take over this room as a printer room. It was her craft room, so I cannot complain. Just dump a bunch of these in the middle. Bunch of those. Huh, I don't know why the video dropped. It might be a ISP thing or something. That's weird. Stayed up on my screen the whole time. Okay, I'm glad they're extras, because yeah, some of these do not fit. Left another one of those diamond things in. Gotta watch for that. So you can see I'm just dropping a spacer nut. Goes pretty easy. I think we just need to use slightly thinner material. Since there's some variation in the thickness, it can bind up. Nothing a little sandpaper won't fix if I need to. I don't think we're attaching anything to the upright channels, right? So I can just drop in some extras. Oh, that's right. That's right. So I'll need some there. Yeah, so that'll be on these inside channels here. We're actually attaching a cross brace, so it'll go like this for the z-axis on this one. So instead of just being up here at the top, there will be an extrusion that fits like this. So we need some extra M3 nuts on this inside channel. So this is my left side, and my right side, I'm building it the same all the way around. I'm going to go ahead and put 4 in each upright, but 6 in these 2 inside channels on each side. That way I have enough for whatever I want to bolt in later, and that makes sense. I use a lot of Gecko-Tech. It's kind of where I'm stuck for build surfaces. I used PEI for a while, a couple different ones. I took chunks out of it with PETG. I've had some issues with PETG on Gecko-Tech, but I've started using Magic Goo on the Gecko-Tech when I print. If I'm doing a lot of PETG, like for the PPE prints. But yeah, I keep going back to Gecko-Tech these days. I've got 3 printers next to me, well, 4 within arm's reach. I've got a glass bed on the E3D, I've got Gecko-Tech, Gecko-Tech, and Gecko-Tech. And this one, when it's done, will have Gecko-Tech on it. So 4 out of 5 printers recommend Gecko-Tech. That is really binding up. I may have just I cannot budge that thing. So close. I have some feedback to Wade, but I'll take it offline. Gotta keep my stream here kid friendly. Hey, Fractal. Thanks for joining. RailCore builds are always a little slow, so I appreciate you all hanging out while I build, and please ask questions. Help me have something to talk about. Yeah, so the spacers are pretty nifty. They're a new thing for the Mini, but very handy. So these are laser cut, but you can 3D print them. So if you've built a RailCore before, you know the pain of sliding those hex head bolts in and then trying to line a panel over the top of them. Well, these spacers take the pain away by you slide an M3 nut into the channel instead of a bolt. And there's a little short spacer that goes on the end. And you just drop an M3 nut in between each spacer. All the sides on the Mini are the exact same extrusion lengths. All the extrusions are the same. So there we go. I'm done with that extrusion. And then I'm putting in 6 on the inside channel. That's what I decided. Between the, well, this is on the right side and left side, or left and right, doesn't matter. I'm building it exactly symmetrical. Yeah, it's going to make for a nice clean look. It's a little less fiddly to build. We need a little work from an assembly perspective to get the spacers a little easier to slide in the channels. I'm hitting some problems with that, but these are literally the first ones that have been sent out, so I'm not too worried there. And you can actually take the side panels off easier and work on things and pop a side panel back on this way. A lot of advantages. So pretty cool idea. Came up from some brainstorming between it was Steve and myself and Tim from Phillistrator on Discord. To implement this same concept in a standard RailCore kit would be a little difficult because the extrusions aren't all the same length. Having to peel some of the backing off of some of these. Since extrusions aren't the same length, the spacers would have to be, it would be kind of a nightmare to say, okay, now insert a 180 millimeter, now insert a 160 millimeter. I don't know, maybe if they were done out of different colors. So insert a red spacer, insert a blue spacer might work. I can make that one go. Yeah, that's a very tight fit there. There we go. Yeah, we could try and change up the spacing, although I think we would have to change the extrusion lengths to be consistent in order to get the spacing consistent. Yeah, and that's been a challenge of late with the RailCore 300 is we have so many people making add-on parts that as we make design updates, we now have to keep in mind, like, oh, if we do that, then we have to, this trickle-down effect of different vendors have stocks of supply built up around our printer, and if we make a change, they could end up with supply sitting there unable to sell it. Things like that. So things change as you scale up. What used to be a quick change in a spreadsheet, and hey, if you're ordering from this point on, you probably want to order this instead of that, now affects people's pocketbooks. I have no idea how far I'll get today. I'll build as long as I can stand it, and people are interested in what I'm doing and hanging out. If people get bored and drop out and I don't see anybody paying attention anymore, I'll end the stream. Otherwise, I'll just keep going until my wife yells at me. So. Whereas she was nicknamed in one previous stream Mrs. RailCore. So again, 4 between these two, and then I'll do 6 between each of these. Not final numbers, just a starting point. That I'm going off what Steve says, and it should work. Okay, last of the uprights. Hey, Snowdrifter. Just assembling the uprights now, working on the frame. Got slowed down because I had to tap the extrusion. It's always such a pleasure to do. So most of this design is a shrunk down version of the RailCore 2. A lot of it should be very familiar. There are some definite differences when I get to the Z-axis. If you look closely at the preview picture I posted on Twitter or in the Discord, you'll see some very noticeable differences in some parts. So far in the build, the major difference has been these spacers and using M3 nuts instead of hex head bolts. No, the Voron's a good group, good printer. I've talked to those folks off and on through the years. Nothing against the Voron. I do wish we had gotten the Mini out a little quicker, but that's life. Yeah, Mini RailCore, why not? It is exciting. I'm really looking forward to it. Yeah, I'm not one to disparage other printers too much. You know, you can't avoid comparing features and stuff, and everybody does it, but there's nothing wrong with using something other than RailCore. I have an E3D sitting right over there. Life's too short to get stuck on one product. Yeah, this will definitely sit inside a RailCore 300. Okay, Steve, so I got all my uprights done. I guess I'll set that aside and work on the top extrusions. Just set that whole thing right there. Don't fall. And I'll start assembling the top. Yeah, the Voron has some interesting design choices. As Steve and I have said all through the history of the RailCore, everything's a compromise. Every time you build a printer, it's a series of compromises. That's what a 3D printer is. If we were all rich, we could build a $100,000 printer each, and we would still make compromises. You compromise speed, you compromise weight, you compromise belt diameter, width. Something somewhere is not perfectly ideal to make one thing happen. You got to give up something else. It's just that's how printers are. It's just like cars. Any car you look at, there are design choices that have trade-offs. Very true for printers, always will be. And we made different design choices than the Voron. That may mean that a Voron suits your design or your needs better than a RailCore. That's fine. It may mean you need one of each to do different things. That's fine too. Some people feel they need to disparage competitors or be super competitive about it. Whatever. I'm not that invested. I don't think printers are a zero-sum game. Just because you have a Voron doesn't mean you can't like a RailCore or vice versa. Yep, still NEMA 17 on the steppers, still MGN 12 on the rails, on the Mini. Okay, Steve, so on my top extrusions, if I picture this as my left extrusion, how many M3 nuts do I need in each of the channels? That was near disaster. So like 10 in every channel. I have so many M3 nuts, I'm not worried about running out. So did you do the bottom channels of the extrusions? That's the one that seems probably less likely to need any. Yeah, so I'll do 10 on the top, 10 on the inside. I bolt all kinds of stuff to the top of them, so I'm fine with that. And then I'll just skip the bottom. Oh, I highly doubt I'll get a full build and done today, but we'll see how far I get. I'm very slow and methodical about some things. I know it. So the odds of me making it all the way through, I don't do well with speed builds. It's not my thing. Steve, I don't think I do have a pre-made wiring whip. I have the stepper motor cables. I think I need to actually crimp a lot of the wiring for it. So that's a good point. Yeah. So definitely won't be printing. I take my time when I crimp things. That Jeff I see. Hey Jeff. Yeah, I'm sure if there's an actual kit, there will be a full wiring harness at that time. But the joys of being an early builder, no, I'm doing it by hand. So if you're just joining, the biggest build difference so far is using these. Where's my camera? These plastic spacers. So you drop an M3 nut spacer, M3 nut spacer, in order to attach the side panels. So makes for a very different build experience from a extrusion perspective than a RailCore. Little fiddly, but gotta be better than those hex head bolts and side panels. No, so the spacers just make attaching the side panels easier than a standard RailCore build. If you've built a RailCore, you know what I mean. Yeah, we have some things in the works to truly tackle the ripple thing. I don't think that's going to be part of the Mini specifically. Okay, Steve, so I only need 4 for the inside channels here because I'm only attaching the MGN12. Actually, I probably want to do the MGN12 just like I do on the other RailCore, so let me take those back out. I think about that. I don't really want to drop MGN12 into these later. So I find one of my little MGN12 rails. I got 3. Are they all the same length, Steve? I haven't even looked. Looks like they are. Good deal. Good design. Thank you. Okay. Let's see. Did you use the 6mm for these then? Let's see, an 8mm. Okay. All right. I too will go with 6mm then. Yeah, I usually use an 8mm, but I don't think you sent any 8mm cap head. I could grab 8mm button head. Oh, you did send 8mm. Let me use those. I'm gonna go grab. I'm gonna step away from the camera for just a second and grab. I like using those lock washers. Oops. So I'm gonna use those lock washers. I'll be right back. Oh, of course, they're not where I thought they were. because I installed them on a printer. And when I did not put them back where I thought I put them. Maybe I will go with 6s. Hey, thanks, Luke. Yeah, if you follow the RailCore for any length of time, you know I'm awesome at losing things. It's like my #1 skill set. So this should come as no surprise. I'm gonna check one more spot. Yeah, this is really bad because I specifically set those aside for the build of the Mini, and I thought I knew where I put them. Steve, what's the total build volume on the Mini again? It is not a debot. That is true. So it's not for Luke. For those of you who don't know, Luke hung out with us in the IRC before the RailCore existed. So we've talked to him and Jeff DM, who's in here, and there's quite a few RailCore members that have been around since the beginning. Well, I will go with 6 for now, and I can always switch them later. That's not a big deal. Yeah, Luke has helped a ton with learning Fusion from way back in the build area. So if you've built a RailCore before, this should be a familiar process. I'm just using a 6mm bolt, putting it through, loosely threading on a nut, and then I'll drop them into the extrusion channels and tighten them down. Well, now you'll be able to build one, Luke. Well, you'll be able to try and build one. I don't know that you will be able to build one, but oh, you're just going to take this one? Is that the deal? Probably best. I've seen your build efforts, so. You guys are hilarious. It's good to see some people never change. So the controller for this, I verified I'm allowed to say this. So the controller for this is the Duet Mini, not the Duet Maestro, but a Duet Mini. Not finalized, specs are subject to change, et cetera, but yeah, that'll be the controller we go with. That was one of the last components we were waiting for. Steve built his with the Maestro, but the Maestro is no more, and so we had to wait for the new Duet Mini to come out to have a solid controller in the right space, price, etc. to suit the Mini. Couldn't really go with the Duet 3. Hard to justify for the build volume. Even though it had enough drivers, Duet 2, of course, doesn't have enough drivers because you got to have the bed leveling. It's not a RailCore if you don't. That was tongue in cheek. It's definitely still a RailCore without the 3Z leveling. The original RailCore that Steve built was before the Z leveling. The RailCore 2 actually came out originally without Z leveling. That was an add-on later. But at this point, it's kind of become part and parcel to the build. So need 6 drivers. Oh, why doesn't it want to slide into that extrusion? And now it slid off the bolt. Yes, D-Bot, perfect level all the time, definitely. Well, I mean, so a printer staying in level perfectly all the time, okay, sure. Maybe some do. I don't see that being true, but let's pretend, for example, it is true. You can build a printer, never have to change the level as long as you're just printing on it. We know our build group. I know myself. I take my printer apart for fun way too often, at least when I have time to. And so even if the frame and everything is rigid enough that you never have to re-level the bed again, as long as you leave it alone, we know the odds of actually leaving it alone are pretty low. So, I mean, even with no time to work on printers lately, I've had my RailCore apart just to experiment with things 3 or 4 times. I don't see that changing anytime soon for myself, and I think that's true for a lot of our builders. All right, there we go. Got those in. I'm gonna stand that up, and then oil all over my hand. I'm gonna go ahead and lock those down a little bit. Just letting them sit against one end for now. I'll adjust their spacing later. There are 3 rails. They are all the same length. I'm down to all my spacers that just don't fit anything. There we go, there's one. Yeah, some things like those parts, it's hard to scale down very much. You know, as MGN or NEMA 17 stepper mount is hard to scale down. Okay, I'm gonna have to grab a file and take the edge off of these real quick. I should have files right here, maybe. Just knocking a corner off of them should do it. Yeah, on the bottom is a little less convenient, but in the mini, you can just flip it on its side a lot easier than you can the big ones, so not too bad of a deal. Yeah, Wade, just hitting a little problem with some of the size of these. Knocking the corners off of them did the trick though, so doesn't take too long to do. Oops. Yeah, the mini, you know, full credit goes to Steve and Wade made it happen. Wade Amendola, so he's here hanging out now. Steve had the idea for the mini, did all the R&D design, been his project from the beginning, and Wade really wanted one, and so he's worked with Steve pretty closely to make it happen. I'm the last one to the party here, focused elsewhere. So, but that's kind of fun for me this time because now I just get to build and see how it goes. So. I should probably grab some blue tape or something, and I shouldn't use that to push those in. It's magnetic. Grab some blue tape and keep those carriages from popping off. You know, I've ordered a deburr twice off of deburr tool twice off of Amazon, and it's never shown up. I don't know why they can't seem to deliver one of those to me. Both times it was a lost package, and I've just never bothered finding one. Another like 10 on the top on each of these, Steve. This would be the front and back. Cool. I like the ballpark numbers and just keeping it generic. Extras never hurt. But this is my third bag now of M3 nuts, so there is that. And I'm trying to keep up with the comments. If I'm missing anything, just ask again or tag Steve. It's a little hard to both build and watch. Okay, I'm going to actually pull those out because I just noticed those are a different alloy than the others, and that's going to bug me. That's from my stock from before, and it looks like I ordered stainless and you didn't, or vice versa. Yeah, yours are zinc plated. They look different. It's important. If I'm taking this to shows and stuff, it's got to look good. And I got a bag of them. I got 2 bags of them sitting right behind it. So yeah. So those are helping a lot. Keep the audio quality up. Much better than having to shout at the camera. Hey, Eddie. Well, Titan, the thing about the RailCore Mini is it is so lightweight. If you print fast, it can rock itself around on the table. So you got to add a little mass to it to stop it from bouncing around. Steve, do I have 2 extra extrusions here? I think I have 2 extra extrusions. Which means I tapped 2 more than I needed to. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Man, it's 4 extra taps. I'll never get that time back. No worries. We were talking about that earlier, Jeff. We don't have definitive plans yet, but you could literally just bolt some steel to the bottom of it. I don't know if we've solved that at this point. I did not use a drill weight. I tapped them by hand. If you want to see that excitement, you can rewatch the first 40 minutes of this live stream. Lots of fun for the whole family. Okay. So the last of my extrusions here. Oh, all of those dropped in nice and easy. Oh, that's good. I think there's some definite variation in the channels in the extrusion, not just the material, the spacers. Some of those didn't fit well on the earlier extrusions and did on this one. And then I'm just doing 10 on the top. Never did find my blue tape. Yeah, I keep needing to do an X-Rail alignment stream, how to, and some other stuff like that. It's hard to find the time for a live stream these days. I need to find some blue painter's tape. I will return momentarily because I have none in this room. I don't know where my blue painter's tape is. Not ideal, but I'll use a little bit of electrical tape. It'll work. Just might have to rub the residue off when I'm done. Just putting a little over the very end of the MGN12 so that if a block slides over, it just bounces off the electrical tape and no harm, no foul. Those drop like rocks. Those are smooth. And I'm using LBOs on this. Slide all of that back. All right, so my left and right, if you were part of the stream earlier, I have 6 and 6 on the inside of the left and the right. Everything else is symmetrical, which means this can drop on like this. I did the top all symmetrical. So same number of everything across the board. Makes it easy to go together. Yeah, I have a frame together. Two more nut bolts, and the frame's entirely done. So coming along. Like I said, I'm not the fastest builder. Had to stop and tap all the extrusions. But getting there. Come on. Threading it. There it goes. All right, so I have that done. I'm going to bolt the bottom panel on. I think that was the next step Steve recommended. And so at this point, everything is symmetrical. So it doesn't matter which side is front and back. If I do left, and things shifted towards the back. So that'll make this the front, this the back. That's the top of that. There we go. Yep, things are definitely shifted towards the back. Sound right, Steve? I got to figure out how the feet attach. So just skip the ones in the corners for the feet then, just like the other. Yep, cool. So these are, I'm using 10 millimeter cap head. And I'm just doing the middle two for each. Oh, the two holes go on the right, not the left on this one? Indeed. The two towers go to the right. Good call, Wade. Which means it goes this way. Shifted towards the back, two holes on the right. Just very loosely putting these in for now. They're dropping right into the nuts. It's working great. So anybody that's built a RailCore, tell me that doesn't look easier than the way the two is done. I have 4 extrusions left, Wade, not 2. I think I have 2 extras. Okay, so there's those. So what I like to do is I center it between the two, press against the table, lock one extrusion down. And I square it up on the bottom. Actually, I can just flip this one. That's handy. Flip it that side. Use my table here, which is not perfectly flat, but for the scope of the Mini is good enough. Tighten that down. Yep, nice and square along that edge. Could be a little better. It could be a corner cube difference. There. I'll go through and square it up with 1, 2, 3 blocks later, but for now, this is plenty. Hey, Graybeard. And there we we go. Bottom panel's on. Nice smoked acrylic. Dig out some feet here. These are interesting. A nice copper. Yeah, popping that bottom panel on was definitely easy. There's no question there. That is right at the length of what my driver will do, but I'll do it. The feet need inserts. I guess I will grab my soldering iron and put in some inserts. Let's do that. Thankfully, my soldering iron is right here. I don't have to dig for that. Sorry about the view, folks. Did you send me inserts, Steve? You sent me good ones, didn't you? Shut that printer off, get some noise out of here. Get the soldering iron heating up. Yeah, sorry about the butt crack. Okay, so somewhere in here I should have inserts. I'll find those while that soldering iron heats up. Not in there. It's all my Z stuff, my XY motion kit. Steve sent me a nice Gates motion kit. Soldering iron's hot, can smell that. I do not see inserts, Steve. Which box were they in? Oh, they're there. Aha. Yeah, they were in the bag with the printed parts. Don't want to drop any of those. They're the good ones. And I don't have one of those fancy insert tools. So my method for heat set inserts, I just heat them up, sink them in about halfway, and then push them against something metal. I'm just using an Altoids tin right now because it was close. I need one of those tools for these because they stick to the soldering iron a bit. Yeah, I have better things to use than an Altoids tin for that. Let me find something because they're on the shelf right behind me. Can't quite get to that. There we go. That is literally an old license plate from my Jeep. Should work great. So the awkward part about these feet and the inserts is the corner to the feet makes it hard to put the insert in. Does that match up with the corner cube? It does. Look at that. I'm going to line up some corner cubes to hold the foot up so it sits upright while I sink the insert in. That'll make it easier. And you just got to keep the insert from coming out when you pull the soldering iron up. Much easier. Steve, do you remember which printer these feet came off of? Just curious. I would guess the 300, not the mini. Just a guess. Yeah. I mostly ask because I haven't actually seen a print off of the mini in person yet. He has a 250 and a 300 ZL now. He's all modern. Oh, did you switch your original to ZL? I didn't realize. For some reason, I was thinking you had 2 ZLs. Oh, the Mini. Yeah. Yeah, here I am building a Mini and forget they exist. As I'm building one. This one didn't sink in all the way, so I'm heating it back up to. Still didn't want to go. Not sure what the deal is. That one's not dropping in. Definitely hot enough now, so let's try this. Here we go. Sort of. Never had one brass insert be so stubborn before. There we go. Now it's all the way in. Everybody has a soldering iron, Wade. They're the best. Okay, maybe not everybody. I know some people like their Hackos and stuff, but when it came time for me to buy a real soldering iron, I went straight for this Weller. It's the one that same style, same model I used when I was in college, when I first soldered. I actually had one when I was a teen. Can't even remember why I had it, but did not know what I was doing then. A guy named Troy Grams taught me to solder when I worked at Purdue. I have no idea why that one of these was so stubborn. The others all popped right in. So what attaches to these, Steve? Oh, makes sense. So since I clearly won't finish the build today, maybe for the next one of these, I'll work on, someone suggested some software earlier. I'll work on something where I can get Steve on so he can chat while I build. Okay, all of those are done. Put the extras back in the bag. Steve even sent me extra inserts. He's so nice. Okay, get those out of the way. Get that out of the way. And probably 20mm bolts for the feet, I'm guessing. Ten. So I can turn off the soldering iron, move it out of the way here so I don't burn myself on it. Anybody think I'll be smart enough not to burn myself on a hot insert? I doubt it. Yeah, I don't know why I'd be buffering. It's literally like 12 inches away from my router. What are these big holes in the corner of the bottom panel for? Not the very corner one, but the like 12mm hole. Ah, cool. Just making sure I didn't need to put something through them now before I get the rest of the build done. can't tell if that's threading or not. I don't think that is. Are those something I can print? What are those? Okay, this one's not wanting to thread it, and so I'm going to pull this one back out. Make sure this panel lines up. I'm not lined up. Actually, I am. I don't know why that foot's not going on. Let's try it with it upright like this. Hey, Tony. It's the one that didn't want to thread in before. It doesn't seem to be grabbing. I hope I didn't get a bolt without threads. I'll bet you I got, or a nut without threads. I'll bet you I have a nut there without threads. If so, that's going to annoy the heck out of me. It has threads. Huh. Try that one first. Okay, it grabbed instantly that time. I don't know what was going on. No idea. Locked right down though. By the way, Wade, my bottom panel had a big scratch in it. You owe me a new bottom panel. No problem, Steve. I'll keep building for a while here. So I'll put in the cross braces, just kind of gauge a height for them, I guess. And I may wrap the stream up at that point. Been going 3 hours. And then I'll we'll see what I get done. Have a good one, man. Thanks for the help. One more foot here. And So I'll try and keep a little closer eye on the chat since Steve won't be around to answer questions. Not sure if Wade's still around since he's the only one out there. Hey, Wade is still around. Cool. All right, I can definitely grab my calipers and set that distance. All right, got all my feet on. Sweet. I have a RailCore mini frame, so that's how big it is. I'll show you guys here. I'm gonna redirect the camera a little bit. Sorry for the shaky cam. So here's a RailCore 250. And sitting it at the same height, that's the mini in front of my RailCore 250. So it gives you an idea. It's frame's a bit shorter than the 250, about 50 millimeters shorter, but the feet are the same height. And frame wise, it's 100 millimeters narrower frame. So give you some idea of when we say mini, what we're talking about. I don't have a 300 nearby to compare to though. All right, I do need to grab the extrusion I dropped on the floor. Yay for small work areas. Okay, so on the mini, while my build table is definitely not flat, this frame is going to be all out of whack. Fun. On the mini, in between the sides here, we're putting a cross extrusion like that. So I'm going to grab some calipers. Take me just a second here. My workbench is all kinds of out of square and not flat, so it's gonna wobble all over. I'll square it off of this tabletop, which is nice and flat. So I'm gonna use a corner cube like what Steve suggested, and a 6 millimeter bolt. What kind of hardware do I need to put in this cross brace there, Wade? So what we're doing, we're mounting these on these sides here like this. They're what the top of the Z towers attached to, so the Z yokes will go up to the top of these, and it's about 50 millimeters below the top, and that way your Y carriage can move the full length of the printer frame and not run into your Z towers on this. So lets us maximize the build volume. 6 on top, 2 on the bottom. Okay. Any on the inside face? I always do a couple extra. Yep, that's exactly what I was thinking. Might be a good spot for a camera. Might not, but I'll add some there just in case. The two on the bottom are those for the corner cube to attach to. Okay. So I'm doing 8, 4, and 4. Okay, I'm gonna set that there. And I'm gonna go ahead and prep a corner cube. And I grabbed one spare nut and put it above the corner cube, just in case I want to put something there. Actually, I have enough to do 2. I'm going to switch that and do 2. Because it's easier to mount something with 2 than 1. I'm just grabbing I put like 5 in this side, 6. So I'm grabbing it so that there's 2 above it. Come on, tighten down. Don't know why that wasn't tightening. Try this again. There it goes. All right, so now this will be the fun part. Let's not drop any of these. Fit that extrusion in. Now I'm going to find move the hardware out of that corner. So I put 4 in the bottom. I'm going to leave 2 in the middle. Slide 1 to each side. And turn this. Now this will be fun. So I got to try and line that that nut up with this bolt. Oh, that was not it. Maybe it'll be easier if this is on its side. Yes, I just tried to reach through the bottom panel. Okay, let's hold that. Part of my problem is this corner cube on this side is too low. I honestly don't know because I haven't looked close enough at a hypercube to tell you. The XY stage is going to be pretty much exactly like a RailCore though. So I don't know if that answers your question. There we go. So yeah, I guess the question really is how similar to a hypercube is the RailCore? Because this is a lot like any other RailCore, just slightly different Z design, but still very similar to what you're used to on a RailCore. Nope, that did not line up. Welcome back, Steve. Well, that was awesome. Nope, that did not line up. And I tried to reach through the bottom panel again. Come on. Okay, drop down. Just make sure, yeah. This being magnetic is not doing me any favors, I know that. Yeah, putting that thing on when the sides are all on, it would have been easier to put the corner cubes on and then slide it down in before the top goes on. That's my conclusion at this point. But I have one on. Wade said 47 millimeters, so I'm going to raise that up, or 48, something like that. Need to make a nice 48 millimeter spacer to do this against. But for now, this will work. So there's one side. Okay, so I did 8 on the top. I did 4 on the inside. And I think 4 on the bottom. Actually, I might have done 6 on the bottom. I should check that. Nope, 4 on the bottom. Okay, got that prep done. Put my corner cubes in. He means Fusion model weight. He can't see it because he's on his phone now. I think he was saying that in answer to how many nuts I need on each face. That's odd. On there. Did I grab a 10mm bolt? I must have. Oh, that's a 6. I think. Yeah. Somehow that bottomed out. Yeah, that's bottoming out before the thing's tight. That's bizarre. That's an 8mm bolt. Let's try a different one. No idea. Okay. All right, so let's see. 4, 4, 8, not on the outside. So that'll go like that. That one is not in there solidly enough that I can flip it on its side yet. I need to get one of them in. Which is going to be a challenge because this thing's being all magnetic on me. That did not work. Yeah, I definitely did this in the wrong order. Okay, got that one in. Now I can flip it on its side and do the other one. Yeah, I mean, that's the point, is to figure this out. Okay, what's going on here? This one did the same thing the other one did, where it has tightened down. The bolt has tightened down, but the extrusion is not tight. That's weird. Hey, Robert. That one too. I don't know if it's the corner cube or what, but there's something. Let's use a washer then. Yeah, it must be that. So I'll try a washer on one of these and see if that does it. If I can fit a washer in there with that other bolt in the way. Not sure. Looks like I did. That drew tight. Cool. So that one got a washer. Stand it back up, and we'll try and get it 48 millimeters. So Steve, what should I install next? Would you do the side panels before you put the Z towers in, Wade? Seems like it might be nice to be able to reach all the components with the side panels off. Well, if it were a standard one at this point, I would I'd probably build the Z towers next, just because it's easy to reach everything with the sides off. It's nice and open, and since this one I can bolt the sides on later, I would yeah, I think I'll install the Z. So let's see here. I need my LDO stepper kit. Toss that out of the way. X, Y, and Z are all the same still. Looks like it. Oh, I got 1.8s for Z. Got to remember that. So this still has the TR 8x8 leads. I can always switch that later. Not a big deal. Or no, not TR 8x8. It'll be TR 8x2. Get that right. I think they're two. Are they TR 8x8 or TR 8x2 lead screws, Steve? I'll bet you they're by 2. I'm not sure what you sent. Yeah, I'll have to switch it at a later time. That's okay. Won't be the first time I took a Z-axis apart. Can use washers on all the steppers. For the stepper motors, just point the wire harness towards the center for now. Towards each other. Yeah, I definitely think putting these on and the Z-axis on before the sides is the way to go. This is nice and easy to reach and see. Makes sense. Well, that's interesting. Wade, why don't my stepper motor holes line up? They're like a millimeter off, maybe 2, about 2. With the stepper face. Let's see, it'd be the right rear. Looks like I got a miscut. This one looks good. Or I got a really weird stepper. All right, Steve, thanks for joining. I may be at a showstopper anyway. I'll check another stepper and see. Wait, see what we got. Nope, same thing. It's off. So let me try the other one. I'll send you some pictures, but something's just off. I can actually see from the front stepper to, yeah, this one's fine too. So it's just that rear stepper, yeah, like the acrylic shifted or something, but the N2 hole, the, sorry, the two holes closest to the extrusion are too far in by about 1.5 millimeters, 2 millimeters. This one's looking fine. Nope, all nice and round. It's just those two nearest the extrusion are shifted in. Well, I can make a 3D printed template and drill it. I can move on and worry about that later. So what's the next step of the z-axis then, Wade? Probably assembling the carriers here for the Z tower. Yeah, no problem. I'm sure you will. I'll get you pictures of it so you can see what I'm talking about too. It's just like those two, just those two holes, just inset to the center a little bit. Cool. Probably 8mm. 10s. Those are 10s. Those are 20s. Where'd my 8s go? There's my 8s. Okay, so 8mm bolts seem to be the right size for these. Nice and straightforward on how to install, so that's good. Let's see, I'll do 3. Center those. 3. So anybody that's built a RailCore before will notice the Z tower design looks pretty different. As Wade mentioned in the chat, we're using smooth rods on this one. So I'm just taking one of the smooth rod bases, putting it on the bottom, centering it over the stepper there, and then I'll do the same with the front. And then I'm just going to flip the whole printer over and do the other side too. Everything's magnetic today. I'm going to flip the printer upside down, make putting the top ones in easier. Oh, that's right. They mount to the top of the extrusions. Okay, so I'm going to have a build order change there, Wade. I'm going to mount those to these extrusions before I install them. That's why I get paid the big bucks. Think of things like that. Where'd they go? Okay, so yeah. I'm just using the tip off of my iFixit driver to tighten them in without having to use a Allen wrench. And I just slide the part around until it's over the top of the bolt or the nut. One done, and two for the other side. Yeah, one of our builders was pretty awesome and just sent me that iFixit kit. And at first I was like, all I'm going to do is lose the bits constantly. I don't know that it's going to be that great. And now I just love the thing. I cannot remember whose name it was. I'll think about it and remember at some point. But very grateful. It's actually been kind of humorous. I used Allen wrenches through so many of the builds, and it was, I think, driving people insane that I was just using standard Allen wrenches because I had that guy send me the iFixit kit, and then someone else sent me this set of Bondhouse drivers, and then somebody else sent me a set of drivers, all at about the same time. So I think I think my doing live streams and using inferior tools was triggering some people's OCD. But yeah, very nice, awesome people. We're pretty lucky with the community we have. Mostly. Yeah, there are a couple of you that oh, there's that cheese guy. He's the worst. How's it going, Dan? Finally building a mini. It's cool that so many of you have been hanging out and chatting while I do. It's fun to finally see one coming together. Yeah, I posted it on Facebook and in the Discord and on Twitter, but I didn't send you a direct link, so I apologize. All right, I got my Z tower. I don't know what we're calling those brackets. Z. We'll have a name for them. Maybe there is a name for them. I don't know. They're on though. Whatever they're called. Yeah, I think the point of that talk about the iFixit stuff was, yeah, if you build up a community and then live stream with lousy tools, people will send you better tools. Yeah, so let's. So I have these. So do I need to like drop this in through down through here and through the bottom, so it's kind of sandwiched in between? Yep. Okay. I need to use a screwdriver to open that up, it feels like. That does not doesn't slide through there easily. And I don't want to hit it with a hammer. On these, is the milled part to the top or the bottom? So I'm just using a screwdriver and gently prying that open enough that I can lower those down and then removing it, and they hold. The milled stuff goes to the bottom. Okay. So now I'm gonna put that through there. Oh, there's how do those attach then? There's a bushing. Correct. I should have a bushing for these. Slide the bushings into the big holes and clamp them. I wonder if I have bushings. Those are anti-backlash nuts. Would the bushings have come from you or from Steve? Steve would have sent them. Question is, did Steve send them? Maybe that's what's in here. Hey, look at that. Steve did send them. Good old Steve. What a guy. Okay, so the bushings are just a copper tube basically. So I'm going to use my screwdriver, pry that open. I need a bigger screwdriver for these. This one isn't quite beefy enough to pull that open with. Yeah, I'm just using some pliers and it's working. Slide the bushing on in. Worked on the first one. There we go. So you can see I pushed the bushings in and got them centered. Milled part to the bottom. Slide that onto the two smooth rods. And then I can gently push those now. I just need to open up those bottom ones. And do I want the excess rod sticking out of the top or the bottom, or does it matter? Want the smooth rods down to the very bottom. It's not wanting to slide. The other one did. It's kind of awkward to do. are not chamfered on the ends. That might have been it. The bottom carrier was twisted a little bit. I definitely need a stronger flat screwdriver. That is not beefy enough. Well, don't consider these final designs, right? This is literally the third one of these to exist. Very much still early build, not final parts. So we have not gone to our parts suppliers, Phyllis Schroeder or Project Red or Printed Solid, and said, hey, source us, good quality XYZ. Yeah, it might have been easier to install before assembling, but I'd have to install the top and bottom plate and then slide the whole thing in and install it. I don't know if that would be easier. Well, I thought this screwdriver would make it easier, but it is not. Does not help that I don't have something good to pry on that with. Pry that open with. Maybe I can do it from this side. No, the screwdriver just sucks for it. It's just an awkward spot to try and install something. Oh, that's interesting. The rod's actually pretty far down in there. It's just not sliding all the way through. It's further in than I thought it was. Maybe I just need to tap it. Nope, that didn't move. Right, I need a pry bar. I have pry bars, just not in here, and not that small. My drone's right there. I'm not sure what it's caught on because it's like 90% of the way through that bottom bracket and then it stopped. And when I say it stopped, I mean it stopped. I don't know if something's binding or... This must be thrilling to watch. Yeah, I just don't have the right tool right here to pry that with. This will probably work. There, it finally went. So whatever it was caught on, finally passed that. Didn't quite go all the way down. It was definitely caught though, because it was a very sudden, like, popped free type deal. That was kind of crazy. Okay, it's all the way down. That was fun. Man. Okay. So that whole side is turning. One down, two to go. That is right. Where'd the tip for this go? Tighten these up some so it stops turning. Yeah, I definitely need a better tool to pry on these with. It's very awkward. It's even more awkward. No problem. I won't be done with these by then. Everything is moving and turning on me. It's making it very awkward. See if that helps. There's one. Yeah, I have no idea what that other smooth rod caught on, but that was frustrating. You can see these slide right in. And once they're in, you can slide them down by hand. Let's see, I need, where did I put my other carriers at? Oh, right here. Put 2 more bushings in. Misusing and Abusing Tools 101 by Tony Akins. There we go. That's 1 bushing in. We'll go ahead and do the other one after this. Yeah, I think we might want to ship these with the bushings already in. when we do the kits. Would be my thought anyway. Just because I'd rather make Wade do the work than answer people's questions about it. There's one to go. I think they're actually pretty good. It's just an awkward part to hold and mess with. And as far as assembly order, I'll think about it. I mean, those bushings popped in pretty well. It's the kind of stuff we just got to think through and plan around. Now for the fun part. See, that one slid right in. How about this one? Slid right in. There was something unusual about that first one. Look how smooth those bushings are. I haven't oiled that, lubed it, anything, and that thing's sliding down. You guys see that? I don't know if you can see it. This is literally sliding down on its own. Very slowly, but it's moving. I think that's a good sign. Okay, I thought you oiled the smooth rods. This is my first printer with smooth rods, so that'll be new for me. Look at that, Wade. That's perfect. I don't know what the deal with the one was. Actually, this needs to slide over. That could be. I wonder if there wasn't. See, I'm hitting it again. There it goes. Yep. Didn't mean to drop that. It might have been like a little burr on the inside of the aluminum, maybe. Oops. There we go. Z-towers are installed, not aligned, but installed. Definitely not aligned. So I can see like this one. Needs to be about there. Cool. I do not think I have seen any couplers included from Steve. Let's see, in here we got a BL Touch, we got a bunch of printed parts. Just in case people are wondering, yes, there are printed part versions of the Z-axis, so you can do fully printed. You don't have to do aluminum. Same bushings and everything go with them. That's a new part. Not sure where that goes. Steve did not send me Z couplers. That's okay. I have a container full of Z couplers, so I'll just use some out of my stock. Okay, that's interesting. So in the container that has 2 smooth rods, I definitely have 2 TR 8x8 smooth, sorry, in the thing that had the Z motor things, 1 smooth rod and 2 TR 8x8. Does that make sense to you, Wade? Shouldn't I have 3 TR 8x8s? Am I missing something? Yeah, I got 1 extra smooth rod and 2 lead screws. And definitely not any more of those in the box. Let's check over here. Nope. Okay, so I'm gonna have some parts problems. Yeah, so yeah, I'm just gonna turn down this smooth rod real quick on a lathe into a TR 8x8. No, I'm not. So we're gonna go TR 8x4 on these with 0.9 steppers. But that's, you know, these are beta parts, so they're not representative of a final kit. That'll be up to whoever ships a kit. The bill of materials will reflect TR 8x4 with 0.9s because LDO is supplying those now. Those are nice and smooth. So I'm going to hit a showstopper here, like right now, because I'm short a lead screw. I could put other components on, but let's get the side panels on. Might as well. So I'm going to ignore the rest of the Z-axis because I can't really build it. But I've got the fiddly part done. The lead screws I can always worry about later. So I'm going to stick my side panels on before I'm done today. So normally in the build guide, I think I'll have installing these onto the brackets. I don't mind the fiddliness of opening those up. We might discuss it some, but I don't think it's terrible. I just, for whatever reason, that first one got stuck. Maybe it just bound up at an angle or something. I don't know. But yeah, I'll think through the build order when I start to document everything. For anybody that's used the new Dozuki guide, I plan to use a very similar format for future guides, so I'm open to feedback on that. But the same illustrations based out of Fusion style is the plan. Yep, it's all smoked acrylic. Nice looking stuff from Wade. So this is the front of my printer. And I need some 10 millimeter. And if you missed it earlier in the build, I talked quite a bit about the new spacers for the side panels. If you didn't see that, it's absolutely worth going back and checking out if you built RailCore, because those spacers are going to save us so much time and headache with installing side panels. So. Why does it feel like I'm cross-threading that M3? And I'm fine. Use shorter than 10 millimeter for those. Going into the feet. So yeah, you guys can almost definitely tell. I think that far easier to bolt these on because of those spacers. I mean, that's much nicer than trying to attach the side panels previously. And for the most part, the spacers line right up and work just fine. I had one on the bottom panel that didn't. They are laser cut, but they are an open source model that you can print. Is that something you plan to offer whoever sells kits, Wade, or as a product on your store page, the spacers? No, I know. I mean for the Mini. But are you planning to offer them as a product for the Mini when it's sold, either as a kit or open source? Yeah, Ben, it's coming together. Hit a snag. I don't have all my lead screws. Um, so that's a little awkward. I got 2 lead screws and a smooth rod in a package, which isn't going to work. And it was a new bubble wrap, so that came that way from the vendor. Yeah, I agree, Wade. I just wanted to clarify if you kind of said, you cut them for me. I didn't know if that meant you weren't planning to do them for the kits. I keep saying for the kits. It's not like we've got commitments from anybody on kits yet. I just know it'll happen. There's a lot of good interest around the Mini. Well, that foot doesn't line up at all with the panel. The inserts are off. It's interesting. Hey, it's getting heavier. Okay. Wade, help me out here. Which is which on the other panels? This one goes on the left with the cutout towards the back. Okay. It's a real bummer on that lead screw. I can work through the most of the rest of this, but being short an entire lead screw is gonna be a real showstopper for this weekend. I didn't expect to be printing today, but I expected to be pretty close. Yeah, I'll drive right over, Wade. Meet me halfway. I'll bring the Mini, just like when I met Joe at the Starbucks with my RailCore 250. Those poor Starbucks employees were so confused. They're good sports about it, though. So that was the first time I really met Joe from Project Red. We were talking about the kits and building them. The idea of him making kits in the first place. And he wanted to meet halfway between me and him. He lives over by Chicago, and I live in northern Indiana. So I tossed my RailCore in my truck and drove halfway to him, and we met at a Starbucks. And rather than just let my printer sit in the truck and look at it out there, I took the printer in and dropped it on a table in Starbucks and sat and had coffee while I waited for him, and actually had it powered on so I could move it around and show him how, I didn't print with it, but did some basic motion tests and discussed the design, and ended up he made kits for it. So it was a good day. And makes for a fun story. I mean, you guys got to admit, this definitely beats the old style of putting side panels on. Yeah, they're all slowly dropping down on their own. It's pretty funny. The joy of inserts. They never quite line up how they should. Well, wait, I think yours is kit number 1 after the one that went up to Adam, right? Production kit number 1. There you go. Sorry to, be a spoil sport. You know how I am. Yeah, that's not lining up. Yeah, the numbering thing's always been interesting. There's been a big push at times to try and do serial numbers or birth dates or whatever for RailCores, but there's probably 600 of them out there, and it's tough to say. There's open source one, or self source. There's kits. There's probably shouldn't have used electrical tape. It'll come clean. But yeah, it can be tough to determine which came first type thing. Okay, Wade, which panel is the back panel? I got one with a small cutout and one with two cutouts. I guess the two cutouts is going to be on this side. This one's the back. Handle goes to the top. And it looks like there's a left and right side of it. Actually, it looks symmetrical now that I look at it. So I'll probably wrap this up about the time I get these side panels on for today. I don't think I'll put the y-axis in until I can sort out the z-axis. And I'll also take the time to square it up because this table's terrible. Yeah, the side panels are definitely a structural element, just like on the RailCore. And that was one of the things, you know, when Steve first started talking about the Mini that he and I both agreed on is if we ever actually did a Mini, and I'm talking, this was ages ago, that if we ever did a Mini, it would be every bit as rigid and stable as a full-size RailCore. Like the components would be every bit the quality is real. You know, we're not going to cut corners just because we're going smaller. The only major component difference between the two is the smooth rods for the Z, and that's not even necessarily compromising quality or anything. It started out as an experiment where Steve was testing smooth rods for a full size RailCore. And it made sense to try them for the Mini, and it worked very well on the Mini, so we stuck with it. And for those wondering, yes, you can absolutely use those same components on longer smooth rods and make it work on a full-size RailCore. There's no reason it wouldn't. those because those don't line up at all. Not sure why the inserts in the feet are completely out of whack with the side panels. I'm going to have to look into that. If you're saying you could just use a Z-screw and no reinforcement, no, I would not do that personally. You need some sort of a linear or a lead screw is good for driving things in one direction, but it doesn't constrain at all in XY in our case. So you want to couple your lead screw with something. Oh yeah, and I mean, 2 rods versus 1 MG and 12. This is actually probably more reinforcement than a single MG and 12 gives you. I mean, 2 are required to constrain it in X and Y, but yeah, I think you could use 2 rods on a Z tower in a full size RailCore 300 and be fine. I've not tested that. I don't know if Steve did. Wade might know. I have 2 ball screw or 3 ball screws sitting up on the shelf for Z. We saw no improvement. No change whatsoever. A bit more complicated to implement, a bit more complicated to install, and a lot more expensive. For 0 change. But if you want to spend the money, it's pretty cool. Keegan, it's a RailCore build. You know they go forever. It did not help that I had to stop and tap all my extrusions. I'm going to blame that. Yeah, we don't talk about how long Eddie's build took. I'm not sure Eddie's was actually the longest build, though, sadly. I think if you know, if you've been in our Discord or the IRC and you know who Lizards is, his build went for quite a while. He first started accumulating parts when we were still IRC only, before anybody but Steve and I had built a RailCore. He was, I'm pretty sure, the 3rd person to start building or accumulating parts for one anyway. So if you count that, I think his went for almost 3 years. Our Discord's great. We talk about cooking, we talk about drones, we talk about all kinds of stuff, sometimes 3D printers. Now I'm just seeing how many M3 bolts I can drop on my floor. I even got Eddie to join the Discord. Yeah, these are all magnetic, I know, because they've been sticking to my screwdriver tips all day. These say they're zinc-plated alloy, so not stainless. All right, well, I got my side panels on. I'm a couple bolts short here and there where they don't line up quite exactly to the brass inserts. I'll have to sort through that. Might need to reprint the feed or something. I don't know what happened there. I'll figure it out. Wait, if it's something offset, I'll let you know. But I think that's looking pretty good. Here's some 150 millimeter calipers for scale. Set those across the bottom. Yeah, I don't know. They sit quite a bit too high, so it looks like the hole's not even close. So I'll look into that. That's a minor thing. Yeah, that's a mini frame put together, sides on. So I'm probably at a stop for the weekend just because I don't have a Z-axis that'll work with only 2 lead screws. Oh, no problem, Wade. I'll need a new bottom panel for that one stepper. So Wade will get me that, and I'll swap that out. Need to get the lead screws replaced. I'll get them replaced with TR 8x4, so that may take a little while to get them cut to length. And then I'll do another live stream probably at that point and get the Z-axis finished and the Y. So it won't be this weekend for sure. It'll be a little while later. But so Eddie, if you're asking my opinion, I really like the metal bottom panel. Well, two of my printers have metal bottoms now, and a third that's in progress has a metal bottom panel. I have one that doesn't. Compared to the sides and everything else, yeah, the bottom panel is where I see the value at, and I do like that. Just my personal opinion. It really stabilizes the z-axis. And the other thing I recommend is it's not an official recommendation yet, but we discussed it in the Discord recently. I've started putting the thrust bearings. So there's a spacer and then a thrust bearing on top of the stepper motor. So then your z-axis weight rests against the thrust bearing and not the spring in the bottom of the stepper. I like that. It's good. Yeah. Okay, so as far as the Mini goes, I think I'm at a stopping point for today. I've got the frame together. I'm happy with this progress. I got a frame put together. It looks good. Noticed a couple missing parts and a couple, it's to be expected when it's literally the third one of these in existence and the first one being put together from a kit, which the kit was just Steve ordering all the items he had tracked on the bill of materials. Clearly, the one lead screw being missing is a supply issue. Steve would have ordered 3 lead screws. Those came wrapped from the factory that way. So I don't know if he got those from LDO or who he got those from, but to get 2 lead screws and a smooth rod, that's a shipping problem from the source. It happens. So yeah, I need to get all that sorted out before I can do any more work on it. And like I said, I'll probably switch to TR8x4. It's where we're taking the kits now for the 300. We've made that change recommendation to our vendors. With TR8x4, we see a better, more consistent Z. So we're moving towards that with 0.9 steppers on the Z-axis. Anyway, I'm happy with the build for today. Here's what the RailCore Mini is shaping up to look like. When I do get those parts, I'll try and do another stream if I can. If not, I'll just post build updates, but making good progress, and hopefully we'll get this fully assembled and signed off so that we can get the bill of materials out there and other people can build them soon. Any last questions about the Mini before I call it a day today? I'll tip the camera up here and get into frame beside it to give some scale to it here. But last call for questions before I call it a day. Wes, I do not remember the build volume, but if you scroll up through the chat, Steve's answered that a few times. What I can do is show you the size of the build plate. I have it around here somewhere. Here it is. The bed on this thing is great. Oh yeah, let's talk electronics before I call it. So this is the build plate. I can literally span the entire build plate in my hand. That's the total print volume. For the electronics, I have those here. I can show a little bit of it. Details are subject to change, et cetera, beta product, et cetera. Final specs are not final yet, so panel due. So here's the controller I'll be using. I'm not going to zoom in on that. It is a Duet. It's the new Duet Mini. So I have that to test with it. It'll run RepRap firmware 3.1. Enough drivers with an expansion. It is not Duet Maestro. It's a new board from Duet. So yeah, like I said, details subject change and all that, but it'll be a board plus an expansion kind of similar to the Maestro, but it'll work and look and feel a lot like a Duet 3. That's the planned path for electronics on this one. I believe the Maestro is end of life. Yeah, I think the Mini is going to replace it. Hey Gadget, just wrapping up here. Got through the frame build and the Z-axis install, and just kind of taking last questions before I wrap up the stream today. But yeah, so was just talking about the electronics for it. I mean, the Maestro will still be supported software-wise, as far as I know. They're switching directions on future boards. Yeah, that's more of a Duet question than I know the details on. So finding M3 bolts everywhere at this point. Those go in here. Any other questions related to RailCores, the Mini? My personal planned Hotend for this. So this is going to be very similar to the RailCore that we have now. My plan is to use the Philistruder E3D V6 Ultimate. So it is around here somewhere. Here it is. Nope, that's the bed again. I had it earlier. I told you guys I lose everything. So the Philistruder E3D V6 Ultimate Edition is, here it is. It's awesome. If you guys haven't seen this, so it's a V6, but all the upgrades with Wade's packaging. Looking forward to that. So that's the titanium heat brake, the copper block, the nozzle X, all in one nice little kit. So that's what I plan to use on this. I'm still a fan of the V6. It's been a good Hotend for me, and it's nice to have it all in one package together. So that's really cool. Eddie, I think Steve is using the Pico on his. I'm not sure. I know he is not using a V6 on his. I don't know what he's using. I just get great prints with the V6. I have a Mosquito on this RailCore here. I have a V6 there. Over there is my tool changer. You can see in the corner. It has a mix of Hotends on it, but it is not functioning at the moment. I have some parts replacement to do. And then I have another RailCore here next to me, Bender, the all aluminum one. It's got a V6 on it. So, oh, that might be where he has the water-cooled Mosquito. That is right, Wade. So, yeah, and you know, the idea is you use what suits you. You know, whatever whatever is most appropriate for you and what you're trying to print, go for it. That's the point. You know, we don't want to lock you into any one set in stone deal. Yeah. I mean, what I like and what you like are probably not the same. My goals and your goals. Yeah, I don't like lock-in. Kind of the whole point of the RailCore. I talked about this a little bit earlier, but I had a Delta. I liked my Delta. I wanted a Core XY. I went and looked at the Core XYs at the time, and I'm talking 3.5 years ago. Or more at this point. I forget. But anyway, I went to a MRF and I could not find a printer that met my needs. The DBot was the closest. I looked at the DBot and I didn't like what it would take to customize it. So I approached Steve online and said, hey, let's build a printer together and make it so that it's customizable. Like that was goal number one. The reason we use 1515 with all these M3 nuts is because I wanted to be able to bolt stuff on easily. When we got to the Hotend Y carriage, I wanted a E3D V6, but I wasn't like locked into it. I wanted to be able to unbolt that and bolt something else on. That was one of the primary drivers of the entire RailCore project. So I'll stick with that going forward. All three of my printers at this point. So again, Bender, my second RailCore, and my first RailCore have all had at least three Hotends on them, different Hotends. So yeah, I went to MRF thinking I would build a DBot. They're a nice printer. You know, just wasn't. I didn't like the bed design and some other things, and didn't look like I could switch things around on it as easily as I wanted to. So I wanted all linear rails for one. So yeah, I have 3 Chimeras here. They're all first gen, and I probably need to just trade them in on current ones if I can. Got to find out on that. But yeah, I like to experiment. I have an entire drawer right here, literally full of Hotends. There's probably 20 total Hotends in there. I mean, some of them are ancient, like the Prometheus. I have 2 Prometheus Hotends in there, if you guys remember those. I have 2 from CME CNC, maybe 3. A whole bunch of just oddball ones. Yeah, got to experiment. That's where the fun is. So, all right, I'm gonna wrap up this live stream. Thanks to everybody that hung out and chatted while I did it and put up with sitting and tapping extrusions and all of this. And some of the points where I got stuck, but I'm happy with the progress. I think the printer is looking really cool. I'm looking forward to printing with it. Unfortunately, that lead screw issue is going to delay me by probably a couple weeks while I'll have to get in touch with Jason at LDO and see if he can give me some lead screws for it. Until then, I'll be on Twitter, Discord, whatever. So hit me up there. But thanks a lot for hanging out and chatting, guys. Have a good one.